Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of true scary stories to help you fall asleep. I hope you enjoy them. Today, we are going to be joined by Draconian Universe. He is going to be reading the first story in this video. I hope you enjoy him. The link to his YouTube channel will be down in the description down below. Make sure that you go check him out and give him a subscription. It would mean the world. He's really close to 1,000 subs, and I really want to get him there. Let's see if we can do it. Now, without further ado, lay back, relax, and enjoy these true, scary stories.
My friend left her husband, and now I'm the one in fear for my life. A little over a month ago, a friend of mine decided to leave her abusive husband after 20 years of being together. Now, I haven't known this friend for even a year yet. We met at work, but we instantly clicked. I guess when you meet someone who's gone through the same type of traumatic experiences, that happens. The weekend before she left, they came to my son's birthday party. This was the first time I'd ever met the man, aside from seeing him when he'd come into the store we both worked at. Some things to know about me. I live in the middle of nowhere. Like it's 30 minutes into town that only has 2 red lights and a Walmart middle of nowhere. I have been through hell with my ex-husband, to the point where I have a no contact order, where he's not ever allowed to have any kind of information for me or about me. Also, my Facebook is set to where unless I specifically give you the link or you knew me 20 years ago, you'll never find me. So, that Friday, I go into town and get cigs and some other things, and my friend tells me she's leaving that day. She's not taking her teenage children because both of them act just like their daddy, plus would have told him exactly where she was at. She was also turning off her phone. That literally was the only information I had. And I told her to be careful and let me know she's safe when she could. And then I went home. Well, about 9:30 that night, I'm at home alone, when all of a sudden, my doorbell rings. It's her husband. "Is my wife here?" He doesn't even use her name. "No." "Well, do you know where she's at?" "No, but if I hear anything from her, I'll let her know you're looking for her." "Look, I don't know why you're hiding her or won't tell me the truth, but her boys are distraught. They think that she's gone and killed herself." I push my door open. "Well, do you want to come in and search? Because she's not here, and I don't know where she's at, but like I said, if I hear from her, I'll let her know you're looking for her." He curses at me and walks down the steps. He proceeds to sit out front my house for almost 10 minutes. He then pulls around the back side of the area by the lake and sits there for who knows how long. I left to go get a friend to come stay with me that night. A little after midnight, I get a Facebook message from her youngest son asking if I knew where she's at. I told him the same thing that I told his father, that no, I didn't, but if I heard from her, I'd tell her they were looking for her. He says thank you, and that's it. Now, having her husband show up at my house and her kid finding my Facebook set my anxiety on edge, and I didn't sleep much that night. So I was awake at 6 a.m. when her oldest son messages me on Facebook, demanding to know where his mom is, telling me I better not lie to him, or else. I told him the same thing I'd been saying. He proceeds to tell me his daddy filed a missing persons report and the cops were coming for me because I was hiding her. A little after 7, I get a call from a number I don't know. I normally don't answer numbers like that, but hoping it was my friend, I answered. Hello? Angel, this is Sophie's sister, Michelle. Do you know where my sister is at? No, but if I hear from her, I'll tell her everyone's looking for her. Well, when's the last time you seen her? How was she acting? Was she on anything? Saw her at work. She was acting fine to me. And no, she wasn't on anything. She proceeds to go on about the cops and the call ends. A little later, Sophie messages me. I call her and fill her in on everything and help her make a 3-way call to law enforcement to talk to them. I'm heading back into town to get gas because I'm leaving for a few days when my phone rings. It's mine and Sophie's former store manager from where we worked. So I guess you're wondering why everyone's trying to get a hold of you so bad. No, I know. Well, I gave all her family your number because I know you know something. Remember that no contact order I mentioned earlier? This thing risked it all over something I had absolutely nothing to do with. I hung up because then I started shutting down, went into a full-blown panic attack when I found out shortly after that this incident had resulted in my number being posted onto her Facebook, telling all of Sophie's friends to reach out to me for information. This is a really long story, but I'll try and sum this up. What has proceeded over the last 4 weeks is being accused of hiding her, breaking up her family. I was originally a crackhead, then I got upgraded to a meth head. I have been harassed, physically threatened, and sexually threatened. Her husband has stalked my house, broken into my house, and all of this after they were told by law enforcement she did this by her own choice, and I had nothing to do with it. I have reports with 3 different departments. Her husband was given a criminal trespass. Despite that, he still broke in. And the deputy handling things from my house pushed me to go for a restraining order, which the judge denied because he hasn't done anything to physically harm me. I'm currently some hours away from home, but I'm so tired and mad and terrified. I had already gone through this crap with my own ex. I don't think I can mentally handle going through it again. And I've lost the one safe place I had. My daddy's house is no longer safe for me because this man has targeted me. Not even my friend saw this coming from her husband. So Colin, if you hear this, please, let's not meet ever again.
This next story was submitted on r/innerscare. Something was out there. Hey everyone, this may be rather short, but I felt like this story needed to be told. Back in the summer of last year, I had planned a whole week for my online partner to come meet my family and friends for the first time. It had been a bit since we planned this, and long story short, we had a good time. I showed them around, took them to all the sites and locations I thought would be most enjoyable, and it was one of the best weeks of my life. On our last couple of nights, with the vacation coming to a close, my wallet was empty, but there was still one more stop. My grandparents were fortunately able to make the best of the last couple decades, and were able to purchase a large plot of land with 3 cabins up in the Rockies several years back. They call it Spirit Mountain Ranch, and it spans a whole mountainside and then some. It's gorgeous up there, and I had been many times before. Before my partner and I had even walked off the plane, I knew that was going to be our last destination before they had to leave. The mountainside consists of a lower cabin next to a whitewater creek, and follows a long twisting mountainside road that twists sharply up in elevation, till you get to the next 2 cabins that lay side by side next to each other. The shrubs are usually dense, the forest lush with color, and there are several hiking trails around. This place sits a 45-minute drive away from a small town that has a population of maybe 500. It's pretty isolated, and luckily, we've never needed a hospital visit while staying there. Usually this place is teeming with wildlife. Deer bound across the roads and up mountainsides. Elk graze the flat land at higher elevation. Moose tread the lower riverbanks. And wolves, coyotes, cougars, and bears all prowl. The upper cabins are completely fenced in, with a high metal wire fence bound to metal bars dug into the ground, and gated at the front. So it's pretty secure. There was one instance where a bear had managed to climb his way inside, but other than that, no animals have made their way in since my grandparents have owned the place. We arrived pretty late that first night. This was to be expected as we left late and it was about a 4-hour drive from home. I should preface that something felt off the entire time we were there. For the first time I can remember, there was not a single animal that we saw. Not a quail running under a bush to avoid our cars. Not a deer ducking into brush. Not a single animal in view. The forest was dead silent. Not giving this much attention, we finished unpacking when we reached the upper cabins. My partner and I took the smaller cabin while the others took the main one. Since you have to manually turn on the water and power, we were without water that first night, but we did have power. Me and my partner ended up sleeping in the same bed that night, and they fell asleep quickly next to me. I, kept awake by their snoring and lost in my own thought, was letting my mind drift. As I reminisced about the past week, the window that we had opened to let cold air in the stuffy cabin grabbed my attention. My ears could hear the faintest shuffle of gravel beneath the weight. I checked my phone. It's 1:30 a.m. I figured it must have been someone from the main cabin coming out to the cars to grab something they forgot. Then it dawned on me. Those noises weren't coming from the direction of the cars. They were coming from the right, behind the cabin, where nothing but dense forest stretches up the mountainside, and are slowly making their way towards that open window. I was frozen and in denial of what I was hearing. The sliding crunch of gravel distinctly wrapping around the back end of the cabin and walking right up to that open small square window. A small window screen was all that stood between me and whatever that was. It was bipedal, moving at a steady pace. Louder and louder. Those footsteps almost echoed against the wooden cabin walls until they stopped. Right outside of that window. My eyes locked to it, my heart racing, my fists clenching the covers as I thought about what could possibly be peering into that hole in the wall, watching us sleep. I could feel myself begin to sweat and every fiber tense. I sat there for what felt like hours, trying to hear those footsteps again until my eyes burned. My eyes never left that window, not once, until I eventually couldn't hold them open anymore, and my vision went dark. The next morning, the haziness of my memory kept me from recalling right away, but as soon as I did, I asked my partner about it. Did you hear those footsteps last night? What footsteps? When we went into the main cabin to eat breakfast with everyone, I asked around the table if anyone had gone out that night to check their cars. The same disbelief. Everyone said that they had been so tired that they had slept soundly through the night. After not having a solid explanation, I tried to write it off as a dream. But no, I know what a dream feels like. Even a nightmare couldn't have produced the terror that I felt that night. The paranoia, the memory ingrained of my muscles tensing, and my fear taking over. I have never felt anything like that before. Nothing has ever happened up there before. and I haven't been since. I'm sure I will go back in the future, and when I do, I hope that I never hear or see anything like that again. I recently shared this story for the first time in a True Scary Stories group on Facebook. I get a lot of feedback from people who lived in the same town I did when this event happened. It felt good to finally share my experience. Shortly after posting, a woman contacted me and physically threatened me and my family if I wrote about him again. She believes him to be innocent. It spooked me. I took my story down. I don't need weirdos like her in my life. I've since done some thinking about this and wanted to post my story again somewhere anonymously. It's my experience, and I'm not going to let some crazy child killer dater scare me. So here it is. I originally thought this incident happened in January of 1984. I now realize it was probably later in 1983. I was 8 years old and lived in Aurora, Colorado, a suburb southeast of Denver, Colorado. We lived in a brand new subdivision and I loved it. Our house was busy. I had 3 older sisters, an older brother, a grandmother, and my mom living in our home at the time. My 10-year-old sister and I shared a bedroom on the main floor. Our house was a ranch style. I loved this room. My twin bed was pushed up against the wall that had a window that faced into our backyard. I liked to push the curtains aside at night and perch my elbows on the window sill and look outside. The window was elevated, but not so high that I couldn't see into the yard easily. My older sisters shared the room next to us, and my grandmother was in a large room across the small hallway from us. My mother had a finished bedroom all the way downstairs in the basement. My brother had the rest of the basement. He was about 16 years old at the time and had a lot of friends that were always coming and going. I remember our house always being full of guests. We had a really cold spell hit us that week. It was super icy, and my sister and I had been playing in the backyard. Our backyard had not yet been enclosed with a fence. We had these circular snow sleds that we could stand on and glide across the slick parts of the grass. We weren't good at putting our outdoor toys away and had left them strewn across the lawn. That night, something woke me up out of a sound sleep. I thought about getting up and going downstairs to sleep with my mother. I did this from time to time as her and I were really close. Then I heard a noise outside my window. It sounded like someone was slowly walking across the snow in the backyard. I could hear the frozen grass crunching under their feet. I then heard someone say crap, or another explicit word, and something clink. I perched up out of my bed and moved my curtain aside and looked out the window. I think I originally thought I would see my brother or one of his friends out there. He often came in late at night past curfew and usually snuck through the backyard into an open basement window. I remember thinking that he shouldn't be doing this on a school night, and I was going to tell my mother in the morning that he woke me up. It wasn't my brother. I saw a young man, probably in his early 20s, that I didn't recognize. I made eye contact with him and then quickly scanned the rest of the backyard for my brother. I didn't see him anywhere. I was going to move away from the window, but the man's eyes were glued on mine, and he started walking towards my gaze. I froze. I couldn't move. He came as close as he could to the glass. He smiled at me. It was an eerie smile. It was an, "Oh look, you caught me doing something I shouldn't be doing" kind of smile. I remember he had crystal blue eyes, almost gray. Something about his expression was not right. It took me a few seconds to realize I was feeling fear. He was not a friend of my brother's, nor was he supposed to be in our backyard at that time of night. I panicked and jumped off my bed and quickly ran downstairs to tell my mom. Once I got to the basement, I saw that my brother was sound asleep in his bed as well. This scared me more, as I knew now for sure that this man in our yard was most likely not a friend of my brother's. My mom calmed me down, came upstairs and turned the light on outside and looked into the yard from the sliding glass door windows. She didn't see anyone. I remember her not making a big deal out of it, and I ended up sleeping in the basement bedroom with her the rest of the night. I didn't sleep well. I wondered why that man was in our yard and where he went. I remember feeling scared he might come back. I don't know the exact timeline, but I'm guessing it was a few weeks later that a family a few streets over from us were murdered in the middle of the night by an intruder with a hammer and a knife. The father, mother, and 7-year-old were killed, and a 3-year-old daughter was left for dead but miraculously survived. This crime sent our entire community over edge. The police did not seem to know who had done this horrible thing or why. All we knew is that the hammer killer probably chose their home at random, came in through an open garage door. No one in my family mentioned to me the man I saw in our yard again. I asked my mother about it years later and she tensed up. The hammer killer case went cold, and the community moved on as people do. I moved further south to a different side of Denver. I never forgot that man in my yard, though, and always felt he might have been the same man who murdered that family. As years went by, more information came out, and they linked the murder of the family to a vicious murder of a woman in another community, Lakewood, as well. They also linked him to a savage attack on a couple and flight attendant in Aurora, as well, through DNA. He was a serial predator, and he was active in our community that whole time. Fast forward to 2019, and I'm watching the news. I can't believe it. They've solved the cold case of that family's murder from 1984, as well as the other attacks. They flash the picture of the suspect across the screen and my heart stops. It's him. It's that man that I saw as a child. I have that face saved in my memory because he spooked me so badly. I said something about it to my brother and he shrugged about it. I mentioned it to some friends and they said that was creepy, but there was no way I could have remembered something like that. I thought they might be right, until the news also showed some photos of the suspect when he was younger, and likely committed the murders. That is exactly the man I saw. I know it. It's changed the way I think about things. It's changed the gratitude that I feel for my life. What if he hadn't tripped on our sleds in the yard and somehow made his way into our house? My sisters and I could have been the ones on the news. So this is my second post here. This one is from my 20s. It was kind of a dark time for me and I was feeling a lot of uncertainty and kind of just living for the day. But like, in the least responsible ways. So this is a string of events and I think it was kind of a battle for me. Like, me as the object. It gets pretty terrifying. First thing, my flip phone goes off and it's a voicemail from a 5-digit number. I think it was 44444. The voicemail sounds like a young girl humming a tune for like a minute. It freaked me out at first, but I started to feel comforted by it. I saved it and listened to it often for a few weeks, sometimes sharing it with others who'd always freak out about it. Due to the calming tone of it, I wanted to believe it to be an angel, and I was hoping for the guiding kind. Though I was not a practicing Catholic and I didn't even read the Bible. I believed in God and prayed often, except maybe around this time in my life. I even remember hanging out with a friend who thought he attracted ghosts and had a stupid app on his iPhone that supposedly ghosts can interact with to show you words. He usually just got weird stuff if anything. But he hands me the phone and the energy changes. I get 44, bike, angel. I get heavy chills. I think I actually might have cried. I was still healing from breaking my leg, and being unable to pursue my escape of DH mountain biking is truly taking a toll on me, and I might have been depressed. Not just to that, but I needed that in my life. All the words that stupid app gave kind of had a meaning to me. A few days later, I'm at a party and I played the voicemail for someone and they get creeped out. They asked me to replay it, then one more time for someone else, but I accidentally hit 4 instead of 7 and deleted it. I was actually pretty bummed out and felt like I lost something precious. I got to my grandma. She's a very religious Filipino Catholic. Her reaction was different. I forget if she said it may be an angel or an evil spirit, but she was certain there was an evil spirit in pursuit of me. She tells me she'll give me a little Jesus statuette for protection, but when we open the door to her room, where her figures are, she gets freaked out. Her religious figures were all originally at the corner facing the door, but they were all rotated and facing the wall. We go in, and the figure she had in mind for me had the head broken off. At this time, I'm praying and noticing the sensation of something being around. Some nights later, I'm coming home from a party around 3 to 4 a.m. I make a right turn at a pretty good speed, but I have a green light. But I notice headlights coming at me from my 7 o'clock at extra high speed. I react thinking it's a drunk driver running a red light at 90 miles per hour and drive up the center island divider. I get out of the car, which is totaled, and there's a tweaker nearby who saw the whole thing. I talked to him and he said that there was no other car. I don't know what the road accident was about, or if it was related. If it were, I don't know what purpose there may have been in me wrecking that car, which I really liked. But yeah, spooky stuff ceases for a while from that last incident. I was in a toxic, borderline abusive friendship with a girl from the ages of 9 to 12. Here's some background information to give you a little understanding as to what my life was like back in the late 2000s and early 2010s. I grew up in a very tumultuous household. My parents hated each other, and my extended family, along with my immediate, were plagued by mental illness and drug addiction. So, needless to say, I was a very anxious child who was drawn to unstable people, and suffices it to say, they were drawn to me. I was a shy 11-year-old girl who, like many others before me, used the internet as a way to vent my frustrations and anger about my home life. This was a time where AOL was the main source of communication used between friends, and I was no stranger to this along with MySpace and Facebook. However, I wasn't the typical preteens of this era, or so I thought. I kept my profiles private, never accepted a follow or friend request that I didn't know, and never shared my location on these said profiles. This is the part where I introduce Tanya. Tanya isn't her real name, of course, as I don't want to use her real name in case she just so happens to read this thread, watches the YouTube channel, or listens to the podcast. So we'll just call her Tanya. Tanya and I met in elementary school, one of the points in my life where my family situation was quite volatile, and in retrospect, I think she sensed this. I was vulnerable, and Tanya took advantage of my innocence. She never really displayed any signs of her true intentions in the beginning, as they never usually do. She would do shady things every now and again, manipulate me into begging my mom to stay on the computer until the wee hours of the morning so we could go on NSFW websites, ghost me when I didn't give her my favorite pen, or yell at me when I couldn't perfect a guitar solo on Guitar Hero. She did some other things to me that I believe my brain blocked out due to trauma. My mom didn't like her either. Parents always have a weird intuition when it comes to friends, and I wish to God I would have listened to my mom before Tanya did what she did to me. Tanya's behavior changed for the worst when we turned 11. Tanya was openly jealous of my success in school. Granted, she was incredibly smart herself, but she always made it a point to mock me for having great grades, and would always comment that since I wasn't pretty enough, having good grades would be a nice balance. Nice, right? It took me a while to build my self-esteem up after all the snide remarks she would make about my weight and face. And only now, as a 22-year-old, do I think that I'm beautiful and have a wonderful figure. Anyway, back to Tanya. As a result of her jealousy and growing resentment towards me, she began to plot my downfall. I make no exaggeration either. This girl literally tried to ruin my self-worth even more than she already had. It started in 6th grade. Tanya and I were remarkably close that year, and I wanted to do everything with her. We would talk all day in school, and we would chat all night on AIM. On one particular evening, Tanya and I were talking about boys. Being that we were hormonal teens, our conversations would usually turn on to who we liked in school that day. Being that I had a horrible relationship with my father, I didn't really trust boys, even from an early age. So it was rare if I developed a crush on one. I remember Tanya and I's conversation going a little something like this. Tanya, do you know Mark? Me. That kid in my class? Yeah. Why? Tanya, I heard he likes you. Me. What? No way. Tanya, totally, he told me. You want me to talk to him and give him your username? Me. Yes, of course. Oh my God, thank you, Tanya. My heart was racing. A boy liked me? Impossible. When Tanya told me that she would give Mark my username for AIM, I nearly exploded in my seat. 11-year-old me couldn't believe I was going to have my first real boyfriend. How wrong I was. Fast forward to the next night. I was just getting ready for bed when I heard the famous AOL ding sound on my iPod Touch. You know the sound I'm talking about. When I checked the notification, it was a message from MarkyBoy99. I don't remember his real username, so we'll just go with something like this. I turned red. Tanya had really talked to Mark and gave him my username. She was truly the best. He messaged me with the usual hey, emphasis on the 3 Y's, and I responded hey. I didn't want to come off as desperate, so I only used 1 Y. Not even 1 minute later, he messaged me back. We talked all night about everything. Our days, how school was, what type of silly bands we liked. Typical 11-year-old stuff. I have to admit, I was smitten right off the bat. I think it was partly because I never really had a boy like me before, and the other part being that my self-esteem was so low that I never thought a boy would be capable of liking me. Also, it could have been because Mark was one of the most popular boys in school at the time. He played football, was mouthy to the teachers, and was extremely outgoing. All the things a young girl would be attracted to. We talked for months, my puppy love growing for him more and more every time we chatted. Of course, I never spoke to him on the phone, nor did I get his number. Because why would you do that, right? All the while I was speaking to him, Tanya would be gassing me up, telling me how proud of me she was, and that I deserved a boyfriend. My suspicions of Mark only began to grow when I attempted to approach him during school hours. Again, I had anxiety, so I would never really speak to Mark outside of AIM. When I went to talk to him, Mark looked confused, as if he had never had a conversation with me before in his life. He turned away from me on the playground and walked to be with his other friends. Weird. This wasn't like him. He was usually so chatty with me online that I expected him to welcome me with open arms in person. My ego was bruised. My little 11-year-old mind tried to rationalize this behavior by chalking it up to him not wanting to talk to the nerd, since he was so popular and that he just preferred to keep our relationship online. I told Tanya the news, and she seemed to be genuinely heartbroken for me. She was just as angry as I was, and vowed to confront Mark later that day during music class. I was happy. Tanya had my back, and as far as I knew, she was going to tell Mark off about him being a total jerk to me. Well, it worked. Later that night, I got a message from Mark telling me how sorry he was for ignoring me, and that he was just going through some family things. Back in love I was. I didn't care that Mark ignored me during school. I didn't care that he rejected my advances in person. As long as I had him to talk online and Tanya's support, I was fine. I even told my mom about him, and she was extremely happy for me as well. Another month passed, and it was March 31st, 2011. Mark messaged me and told me that he had something very important he had to tell me the next day. The anxiety began. What was it? What did he have to tell me? At this point, I considered myself and Mark to be dating, so I was anxious that he was either going to break it off for me, or that he was going to make us public in school the next day. I told my mom and Tanya, almost on the verge of tears with how excited and nervous I was. Well, the next day, April 1st, 2011 rolled around, and this is what followed. It was around 7 p.m., and I was on Club Penguin as I usually was until I heard a familiar ding. It was Mark. It was time for the news that I'd been waiting for all day. Mark. Hey babe, winky face. Me. Oh my God, hey. I've been waiting for you to chat me all night. Mark. Sorry babe, I was at practice. Are you ready for the news? I was shaking with anticipation at this point. Even writing this now, a whole swell of emotions are resurfacing. Me. Yes, of course. It was then that Mark sent me a picture. I opened it, but only it wasn't Mark. It was Tanya, and she was holding a handwritten sign that said, "Happy April Fool's Day, XD." At first, I started laughing, and I mean, it was an ugly laugh. Of course it was a prank. Tanya had gotten me so good, right? Right? Well, wrong. It was then that the realization hit me and I started to sob. I felt betrayed and like a loser. Tanya had been behind Mark all along, and she had been planning this big joke since October of 2010. She had been so jealous that she pretended to be someone else and string along my emotions when she knew I was already in a rough place mentally. She told me that I was stupid to even think that Mark would even like me in the first place, and that I was dumb for not asking for his number. Tanya had been at this for 6 months. An 11-year-old girl plotted Mark, used him to make me think that a boy liked me, and tricked me into believing that I had a boyfriend, all the while telling me when we hung out that she was happy for me and that Mark and I were a cute couple. I told my mom, who then called her mom. My mother was livid, to say the least. She told Tanya's mom to tell her daughter never to speak to me again. I was crushed. My best friend of 3 years had catfished me because she simply wanted to play a joke. I was loyal to her, and she toyed with my emotions because she could. Tanya had tried multiple times to guilt trip me into being her friend again, in the months that followed leading into 7th grade. One of the more memorable and honestly messed up times being when she messaged me a few days after my birthday in August to tell me that her mother had just died in a horrible car crash. Her body was dismembered and they could only find her head and wedding ring. As anyone would be, I was in tears. Tanya's mother was nothing but lovely to me, and learning that she died in such a violent way crushed my soul. I started talking to Tanya again, asking her about when her mother's funeral would be. Tanya then revealed to me seconds later after speaking to her about the grisly details of her mother's passing that she was kidding and was pranking me again, and that I was stupid to believe her. She even sent a video of her laughing at me. I was disgusted. Who would even say something like that? What now 12-year-old would message someone that their mother was dismembered in a car crash? She then revealed her ugly and, quite frankly, evil intentions when we were at the beginning of 7th grade, and she became friends with a girl named Kaylee. They both invited me to sit with them at their lunch table, and because I was desperate for friends, I stupidly accepted, only to be met with hordes of insults and laughter behind my back every chance I wasn't looking. Tanya then messaged me on one night telling me to kill myself, and that the world would be a much better place without me in it. She had Kaylee tell me to go jump off a bridge. Tanya told me that she hated me and was never really my friend to begin with, and that I deserved all of the pain she put me through the year prior. I again told my mom, who then called the police. She had had enough of Tanya, and so had I. For 4 years I had put up with Tanya's malicious behavior, and I just couldn't handle it anymore. My mom made me delete my AIM account, and Tanya's mom told her to never contact me again or else. My mom also advised me to move lunch tables, but I was hell-bent on not letting Tanya win. For the entirety of 7th grade, I sat at the same table as Tanya, only I spoke to my friends at the other side of the table. I never spoke to her, looked at her, or gave her any sort of attention. Kaylee was scared to death of me afterward too, as the police had gotten in contact with her family as well. It's been 10 years, and I still have not spoken to Tanya. I am now 22 years old, have 2 bachelor's degrees, one in psychology and the other in history, and I'm now working towards my master's in clinical social work. Tanya did other things to me too, that I could write a whole nother story about, but I think writing this one helped give me closure on the part of my childhood that scarred me for years. I thank God for my mom stepping in when she did, because I don't know where I'd be without her. As for Tanya, I don't know where she is or what she's doing, and I'd really rather not. On the off chance she stumbles upon this story, I have a message for her. Your jealousy and wishes for death upon me did not win, and I truly hope that karma does not come around one day to bite you in the butt. So this isn't a typical creeper stalking story, but it's a story of a creep that I was once friends with many years ago, that I'm glad to have rid from my life. Sorry if events don't flow nicely, just getting them out of my head as I'm typing. First, I'm a male, and the creepy friend was male as well. We met years ago during a camp week. I was a bit late in submitting my camp information and ended up having to room with an unknown person. This guy, Warren, ends up as my roommate. We chatted it up at night. He seemed normal enough at first, and we discovered he lived a few streets away from one another. We seemed cool with each other, so all was good. He ended up stopping by my house after the camp week to hang out. My mom said there was something odd about him. She couldn't put her finger on it at first. He ended up stopping by a bit too frequently though, but to me, everything seemed okay at the time. There were warning signs, and over time I learned what a sick person he was in the head. There were things he did that I did not approve of, and over time it clicked. He did not seem to like or respect any women. Here are some weird things that he did that I did not like. I stopped over at his house a few times, and he lived in a house apartment with his mother and younger sister. When I would visit, he was very cruel in his comments to his younger sister, making her cry often over her appearance. There was nothing wrong with her. She was a young little girl. It always puzzled me why he would not be encouraging of his sister, or at least be more teasing than cruel. There was an elderly woman who lived next door to Warren. She had problems with her memory. Warren picked up on this and took advantage of the situation. He would mow her lawn and she would pay him. He would then show up at her house again about 2 hours later with his mower and tell her he finished mowing her lawn. She would pay him again. Sometimes he got her to pay him 3 times in one day. He was proud of himself for scamming her, and this sickened me. On the other side of his house apartment, there was a woman who lived there alone, probably in her 40s. She was dating an older man who would visit her. Warren would often peek in her bedroom windows, watching them passionately hug. She was not attractive, and he would always say rude comments to her as well. Then there was this heavyset girl, Susan, that was in Warren's grade. He would say cruel things to her all of the time. She seemed like a nice person. I never understood his fascination with her, and why he didn't just leave her alone. He would insult her, and then try to hang up with her to go drinking. She had low self-esteem, so she would. I started a new job and drove groceries to shut-ins and handicapped people. The store I worked for was within walking distance, so I did not drive there, and I would drive the store's delivery van during my shift. Warren stopped by my house when I was working. My mom told him I wasn't home, and he started questioning her like she was lying to him. He asked why my car was still at the house then if I wasn't home. She explained where the store was and I didn't need to drive there. She was very mad that he had questioned her. She said he then left, went to the corner, and instead of leaving, just stood there for a long time looking up at the house. This creeped her out. Every time she looked out the window, she could see him just standing on the corner smoking, never breaking his gaze from the house. He left after a while. She told me when I got home and said I should not hang out with him anymore. I was a dumb teenage guy, and things were not adding up to me that he was a creep at this point. I defended him and said he was probably just lonely and wanted to hang out. One day, I asked Warren to ride along in the work van, and I would give him a few dollars for helping me carry all of his stuff. He was eager to come along. One of the delivery stops I had was for a blind woman. As I was putting away her groceries for her, I noticed Warren was having a conversation with her, standing there talking without any pants on. I yelled at him, and he just laughed and came over to the kitchen area. I asked him what he was thinking, and he said he didn't think she was really blind, and wanted to see if she reacted if he did that. I yelled at him some more and never invited him to come along again. Things started to click, and I realized my mom was right about him. I quit hanging out with him. Years later, I found out he married Susan, the one he would always say cruel things to. Unfortunately, I found out that he went to jail for a while because he would always beat Susan when they were married, and he eventually sent her to the hospital with terrible injuries. Thank God she left him. One day recently, I saw he had a Facebook account, and I quickly blocked him before he ever thinks to seek contact with me. He obviously has proven himself to have all kinds of the makings of a sick stalker and attacker. It grosses me out to even think about him. Looking back, I was too easygoing as a teen. Today, I would not even give him the time of day. What was outside my car? I'm super creeped out by my experience I've had over the weekend, and I'm curious what others think. I was driving through a rural part of Northern California, 30 miles from the nearest town. As I was driving down the road, a deer ran out in front of my car. I had no reaction time and hit it at 55 miles per hour. It ripped my bumper off, and the bumper was dragging under my car. I pulled over and called my dad for help. I then get out to look for the deer in the road. I know it was dead because there was blood sprayed all over my car and I hit it square. I walked about 20 to 30 yards away and got an overwhelming sense of being watched. I couldn't find the deer, so turned and speed walked back to my car. It was around 7 p.m. and extremely dark. No other cars were driving by. No street lights, and barely any cell service. My dad was over an hour away, so I called a friend who lived a little closer, and he started on his way to me. While I sat in the car playing on my phone, I began to hear whistling and murmurs outside my car. I got chills, and the hair on my arms and neck stood up. There was one house to my right, but I didn't see any cars in the driveway or people moving around outside. I was on the side of the road by myself for 45 minutes, and would occasionally hear these noises. Not sure what or who it was, but if anyone has any ideas, I'd love to hear. I'm freaked out, and now scared of being outside in the dark by myself. Thanks. I had previously posted this on another subreddit, but thought I'd share it here as well. This isn't your typical scary story, but just a really odd situation that happened to me back in 1997. In the late 90s and early 2000s, I worked doing trauma scene work. I was a supervisor of a crew that you'd never see or hear about, but what we did was go into homes, buildings, or structures after a homicide, self-unaliving, accidental death, and situations like that. Sometimes they were very gruesome, and sometimes it was as simple as removing a chair and cutting out the carpet. Oftentimes, it involved a lot of cleaning and removal to sanitize the scene both visually and biologically. Our goal was to leave the scene as void as possible. Like, if you didn't know what had happened there, you would just assume that it was under renovation. This one time, it was about midday, so not the usual middle of the night, come clean up after a dead body call. I don't know why the police and fire department always waited until night to call us out, but I would say 80% of the time that is how it happened. The day was a bright sunny day, not so warm, in a suburb of Los Angeles. I won't give the exact details of the location for privacy, or that I even remember exactly which street it was on, but I do know it was an older yet very wealthy area of Los Angeles. The kind of neighborhood where you expect doctors, business executives, or people in the entertainment industry to live in. As we pulled up to this home, it was a huge spread of mid-century modern, with fancy landscaping and a long curved driveway. The place looked very well kept, and probably a showcase of the neighborhood back in the 1950s and 60s. The typical scenario was I, being the supervisor, would approach the door while my crews waited by the trucks. Since this was supposed to be a small job, we only had my vehicle and our service truck. I remember seeing an old fancy Mercedes and what looked like an old Porsche in the driveway. No other cars, but maybe there were some in the garage that I didn't see. As I walked up to the door, an older woman answered my knock. She was probably in her mid-50s, very well made up with lots of jewelry on, and she was wearing something that reminded me of Mrs. Roper from Three's Company. Not cheap looking, just not in the 1990s style. I explained we were here for the cleanup work. I then noticed she had a drink in her hand like a martini or something. Like I said, this was the middle of the day, and probably before lunch. Not unusual to find people drinking in a time like this. She leads me into the house. It's surprisingly dark and hazy with cigarette smoke inside. Now what happens next is really odd. The entire place looked like it was a time capsule from what we would now call the Mad Men era. The house wasn't what gave me the creeps, but as she's leading me into the second den area, we pass through the front room, another living room, and a bar/pool table area. Like I said, this house was huge, but there are a ton of people in the house, and, well, to describe them, they all look like characters from some early 1960s movie. A guy with a sport coat, glasses, and boat captain's hat, a guy in a tuxedo, a lady wearing a fur collar, long evening dress, other people there that look like some weird collage of mixed people from some dinner party set back in the Rosemary's Baby movie set. The amount of people all throughout the house didn't add up. There were only 2 small cars in the driveway, and one could only fit 2 people. Where did all these fancy people come from? There was a low mumble of different conversations from all around, with only an occasional glance at me as we are walking over to the scene. I remember one of those huge old cabinets with a record player playing Johnny Mathis. I know that because the "it's not time for me to say" playing on the record was like I was about to walk into the Twilight Zone. We finally get into the room where the self-unaliving happened. There was a red velvet chair that the deceased was in, and it wasn't a gunshot, but I assumed it was a razor to the wrists. The lady is standing at the entry to the room, and I'm looking over the scene and tell her that we'll remove the carpet and dispose of the chair, as it held most of the blood. She nodded and still had her drink in her hand. I asked her if she could sign our work order and the release for disposal of personal property, meaning the chair. As she signs, she says, "When you and your crew are finished, just see yourselves out." I told her it probably won't take us more than an hour. She turned and walked away and back to her party. I make the journey back to the front door, through the Johnny Mathis record playing, through the cigarette smoke, and through the low-toned party conversations. I go out to my truck and guys and tell them this one is creepy. There's a freaking party going on inside and everyone is all dressed up. I lead my crew back to the room and they start bagging up the chair and cutting out the old blue carpet. The black stains were where the blood dripped down through it, and we ended up just cutting out half of the room of carpet, and even straight cut across the room as to avoid having to move a lot of old big furniture. We never found out who committed the self-unaliving, but I had assumed it was the lady's husband. As we were finishing up, I stayed behind in the room to take final photos, as was our protocol, and take before and after photos. I thought about looking for the lady of the house just to let her know we had finished, even though I got the impression we were to do what we needed, then leave and not bother her again. I still just wanted to give her confirmation. So as I slowly walked again through the party areas, I noticed no one was making eye contact with me, or even acknowledged my presence. You would think that if everyone at the party had known about the death, it would have been conversation, or at least interest. I walked over to the front door and turned to look back at the party, stuck in a time capsule, and closed the massive front door behind me. Driving away, I couldn't help but think what a strange day. So bright and sunny outside. I wonder how many people knew we just cleaned up the remnants of someone's last moments on Earth. Hello. I would like to tell you of an encounter that resulted in a serious amount of fear and pain. A full paralyzing fear, where you just sink into yourself while your body shakes because you're so scared. As for pain, I would not feel any physical pain until the end of this event, but can speak on a different pain, a distinct feeling that presents itself before the floodgates of pain flow in. I found myself on a seesaw of fear, not wanting to climb higher, but to get off altogether. But higher and higher I went, fear looking up at me with a smile as it propels me to experience fears I never thought I would experience. Fear of getting arrested, fear of getting robbed, fear of dying, and lastly, fear that I may have to kill someone. To start, I'm what you would call a sex addict. Now, I know identifying yourself as that kind of addict comes off as a bit silly, but after years of serious reflection and confrontation with traumatic events in my life, I feel as if the explanation fits my compulsions. It's not so much of the act of passionate hugging that I crave. The reason I identify myself as a sex addict is, at some point in my life, I replaced the search for emotional affections to feel fulfillment and happiness with the need for physical encounters. That hit of dopamine was all I needed. It's as if my ability to trust has completely been eradicated, and the common traits that so many look for in relationships are unnecessary for me to be happy. Instead, I can just hook up with someone. No emotions, no insecurities, no pressure. All the things that can hurt me or make me vulnerable are gone. The only comparison I can make is to a drug addict. The drug is enough. That short high temporarily gives you all that you need without having to face any emotions. Whether it be your past, present, or future, you can physically impose something that makes you feel good. It's quite the oxymoron in that while the world views you as out of control, what drives my drug is the sense of control. However, what scares me about my compulsions is what I'm willing to do to get that physical encounter I crave. I've never had a type, which certainly helps, and without sounding like a butthole, I do rather well with the ladies. I'm not bad looking, I'm educated, have my own house, and respect women. I need to make that point clear, because I don't want any readers to think that my urge for physical relationships drives me to insanity and I violate women. Absolutely not. My angle is the intelligent nice guy. I don't have all the confidence in the world and certainly will not approach anyone, but I can hold a conversation and can be charming. Something I'm ashamed of is I believe I can be a true wolf in sheep's clothing. Most women believe they've met a guy who is committed and wants monogamy and love. I cowardly admit I rarely come out and let women know my true intentions. While my success rate is fair, it is still not the easiest thing to just randomly go out and pick a woman up for passionate hugging. Sure, I've done it, but mostly every time was the 1 out of a million times I actually wasn't looking to bring someone home. My go-to was Tinder, because honestly it worked really well for me. I'm a talker, and Tinder allows for conversations to start without having to confront all of the other insecurities men and women face while trying to approach a stranger at a bar, or somewhere random. However, the night I speak of, I wasn't getting any hits. I first started my night by going out. I had a few beers and looked for women to talk to, but the bars were empty, and those there did not look like they wanted to be approached. Again, my game is to not bother you. I can take a hint if you're out with the ladies and want nothing to do with men. I surely won't get in your way. While I'm at the bar, I'm also checking Tinder to see if anyone has replied to my dumb ice-breaking jokes or responses reflective to their profiles. I wasn't receiving any responses. Then a thought I'm not proud of pops into my head, and I will admit, it wouldn't be the first time I've thought about this. Maybe I should just go pick up a prostitute. The town next to where I live has an insane amount of drug use, and poor souls who have the evil that is addiction often resort to desperate measures to secure money for their next fix. I hope you would believe me that when addressing my thought process, you must consider what my own addiction is and what it does to that thought process. I am sympathetic to women, and know for most, selling your body is like selling a piece of your soul. However, my urges cloud the mind, and you just don't think the way you normally would. In the past, I have driven around and even let women approach my car, but never actually went through with it. I was always able to let reason and empathy in to convince me not to do it and just go home. However, on this night I had a strong buzz, and I smoked a joint when I got back to my car. I was already feeling good from a couple of drinks, but after the joint I fell into a trance. I would do it. Tonight is the night. If given the opportunity, I'm gonna pick up a prostitute. I drove around for a couple of hours and easily saw 3 or 4 women who eagerly tried to catch your eye as you drive past them, looking for a head nod or a quick flash of lights to signal you know the deal and want to go. Like the other nights, I couldn't bring myself to do it, partly because the women out were aggressively marching down the street. They looked sad, agitated, in a hurry, dirty. I was already feeling nervous, and the image I was playing in my head on how this would all go down was not like this. Deep down, I know there was some shame, and these women looked like they were going through it. So, Just like the other nights, empathy and shame convinced me to go home. On my way, I was far from the Broadway Strip, where you find what you're looking for. It was easily 3:30 a.m. and I was approaching a four-way stop sign in a completely different town when I saw a young woman standing by a stop sign. This area is very different than the Strip. On the Strip, it's very busy, and it's nearly impossible not to be seen. Here it was dark, and not a car in sight. She was wearing a club-style dress. She looked nothing like the other women I had seen. She was younger, looked close to my age, and was just standing there. I pulled up to the stop sign, not knowing if she was a prostitute or not. I tried to play it cool and casually looked her way. She looked back at me and then turned her head. I took this as she's a woman just waiting for a ride or something and started to drive away when I heard a, "Hey, do you want to hang out?" I will admit, when I heard her speak, I was taken aback. In seconds, my heart went from a gentle beat to an aggressive, quickening drum. I stopped in the middle of the four-way and began to quiver. I grew cold and stiff as she approached my car. I looked in all directions, ready to floor it if I saw any headlights. Boom, boom, boom. My heart thumped hard, as she couldn't have taken any longer to walk 10 feet. When she opened my door, I could see her better. She was really pretty, and in that moment, I thought she wasn't a prostitute, but a girl who just gets in random guys' cars. I know, stupid, but it was my thought at the time. I pulled over and tried to relax. My arms were still so stiff, and my neck and shoulders were flexed to the point where her first words towards me were, "Are you okay?" I assured her I was, but I was actually losing it. I thought any second now a cop is going to pull up and arrest me, and I'm going to end up in the paper or on some registry and my life is ruined. Any set of lights scared the crap out of me, and I would shrink as I passed. I asked her how her night was going, because I could not think of anything else to start off with. She told me she was waiting for a friend, but it's really cold outside, and when she saw me, she thought I could give her a ride. Again, perhaps I was being dumb, but I believed her. I asked where she needed to go, and she told me it was back the way I came. She then said for the ride she would give me a job. Admittedly, I was more relaxed once I knew the situation I was in. I still did not know what to say, just sat back and let her tell me where to go. My thought that this whole experience was actually easy and not weird quickly changed once I realized this woman had some issues. She was talking a lot, about the most random stuff. She had a lisp and couldn't sit still. It was freaking me out, and I wanted to ask her to sit still but was afraid of her reaction. She wasn't the still, calm woman I saw for the whole 10 seconds standing at the stop sign. I got a bad feeling in my gut, and she asked me if I had any drugs. I told her I had half a joint she could have. She looked at me and got annoyed. She wanted heroin, not weed. I told her I don't do that, and she interrupted and said she could get us some. I refused and kept asking where I needed to bring her to. She would point in random directions and say I took the wrong turn, or she thought a street was actually called another street. After realizing I'm an idiot and I now have this lady in my car, I no longer wanted to have what I wanted when I picked her up. I told her I wasn't interested in the job and wouldn't bring her to her destination if only she would tell me where it was. Anytime I hinted at dropping her off, she would tell me to pull over so she could do what she said she was going to do to me. But I would refuse and say I'm good. I kept asking, "Can I drop you off here?" To which she would reply, "No, baby. Please, I'm lost, but we'll find the way. Please, I'm so good you won't regret it. Let's party. You can come in and we can do whatever you want. I'll let you mess with me. I don't care." I would be lying if I said that every time she dropped a sex reference I didn't consider it. But her behavior was too messed up that I would bring myself back to reality and refuse. I was growing impatient and pulled over. I asked her to get out of my car, but she refused. What did I get myself into? I thought. Like, seriously, have any of you readers actually had to get someone out of your car? A stranger at that, in the middle of the night? And she was acting erratic and seemed one touch away from screaming and losing it. I did not want to draw any attention to myself. We were in a neighborhood, and I knew if she screamed, someone would hear and call the cops. I also did not want to drive too far away. That just seemed like a bad idea. I thought this would be an easy transaction, but I was wrong, and had had an unstable woman in my car reaching for my belt, ignoring all of my requests for her to leave my car. No, I told you I'm good. I just want you to get out of my car. She wouldn't respond. She just sat back and grunted, then half whined like a child and rolled her eyes before reaching for my pants again. I said no. Please get out of my car. I will pay you to get out of my car. This caught her attention, and she asked how much. I told her $20 and she didn't have to do anything. Just get out. She sat there for a minute and said she would, but I needed to drop her off at her house. This was so frustrating. I desperately wanted this night to be over and was trying to patiently guide it to a close, avoiding anything crazier than the situation I was already in. I agreed, and we pulled off in the direction we came. We were about 20 minutes from where I originally picked her up, and while driving I was getting really scared. I hadn't prepared myself for this. I felt stuck, and at mercy to this woman in my car. While driving, I heard a lighter ignite, and when I looked over, she was smoking a pipe, twirling it in a slow circle as the flame touched the glass tip. I freaked out and yelled, "What are you doing?" She just looked at me and exhaled a large amount of smoke. It's hard to describe what it tasted like, but it wasn't weed, meth, or heroin. I really don't know what it was. I immediately rolled down my windows and noticed I was approaching the 4-way stop sign where I picked her up. I pulled over to an apartment complex and told her to get the F out of my car. She looked at me and said, Hold on, I need to call my friend. I forgot what building he's in." I thought, no effing way. I was not going to sit here and wait for a guy to come out and probably rob me. Get out. Get out. Get the F out of my car right effing now. I was losing it. My heart was racing and I just didn't care anymore. I kept yelling louder and louder until I heard a loud thump sound near my ear on the left side. I jumped and looked to my left, and there was a man outside punching my window and pulling at my door handle. I let out a half scream and grunt, as I was so scared and confused. I will admit things are a bit fuzzy from here on. My adrenaline was through the roof, and I only remember bits and pieces of what happened next. I remember looking over at the woman and she was trying to unlock the passenger door, probably to let the guy in. I'm pretty sure she got it open, but I threw the car in reverse and hit the gas. Thank God there were no cars behind me because I was not looking as I reversed. I remember the woman trying to get out of the car, but I was picking up speed because by then I had put it in a drive and floored it out of the complex parking lot. It was like we both realized at the same time we were both still in the car. I was going about 45 or 50 miles per hour, and slowing down at the rate my brain was trying to figure out what the F to do next. That's when I heard it, a thud, followed by a sort of tearing sound. I felt waves of pressure on my shoulder near my collarbone. When I tilted my head, I realized the woman was stabbing me. I assumed it was a knife and thought, I'm dead. I'm effing dead. I slammed on the brakes and reached for the knife. She was going nuts, screaming and punching at me. One of us must have hit the radio, on which connects to my phone, and was playing a song from my playlist. I had the volume up when I shut it off, so when it turned on, it was blaring. I was listening to an 80s Essential playlist, and over the speakers blared Material Girl by Madonna. I completely stopped the car, and sort of blacked out. I remember her screaming bloody murder and clawing at my face. I also remember finally getting a hold of her arms, but this made her thrust her body over the middle console and just shake and squirm. She was a lot stronger than I would have ever expected. A switch must have been flipped, because I decided or realized I was fighting back. I gave this woman a clean 3-piece, and it slowed her momentum down for a second before lunging at me again. I remember thinking, why are you fighting me? I would let her go, no problem. I wasn't trying to hurt her. The thought then crossed my mind. I may have to kill her, because even though I wasn't feeling it, I know I had been stabbed, and was just waiting to feel a blade plunge into my chest or stomach. I grabbed her by her throat and started to squeeze. anger flowing from my face to my hands as I gripped tighter. I was yelling, "You effing B." Thank the stars I was brought out of that rage quickly, because in a blink of an eye, I realized my anger and let go of my grip. She was coughing and was now trying to leave. I unlocked the door and watched her roll out of the car. I sped off with the door still open and raced home. I realized my heart was racing, and I had tears running down my face. I pulled over halfway home and inspected myself. I went for my shoulder, and to my surprise, I wasn't stabbed with a knife. I was cut by Barley. Looking on the seat, I realized she was stabbing me with a small screwdriver I kept on the side of my door. My shoulder throbbed in pain, and I was bleeding from the punctures, but they were not serious. I also found her cell phone and crack pipe. I threw them both out the window. I jumped in the shower and immediately went to bed, shaking the whole time. I was exhausted, and when I woke up, my entire shoulder was bruised and parts of my chest where she also must have hit me. I was ashamed for a few days and prayed I didn't hurt her. I took full responsibility for that night. I believed it was karma for attempting to take advantage of a sick person. Thankfully, I saw this woman again walking down the strip. No, I was not on the strip looking for anything, just passing through. I felt a huge sense of relief watching her walk down the road. She looked right at me and didn't even flinch. I'm not saying she wouldn't have recognized me, but in that moment, she didn't. I can easily say I would never do anything like that again, and for peace of mind, I have started seeing a therapist about my urges that I feel. It was real embarrassing admitting certain things at first, but it got a lot easier and has helped me practice a stronger and more rational thought process when I have my urges. When my son was 2 years old, he started acting as if he was interacting with someone or something that his father and I could never see, like throwing toys down the hallway and then running away murmuring words. When I asked what he was doing, he always told me that he was giving toys to the boy for him to play with. There was never anybody there, but it was always icy cold down that hallway and leading into the garage. I'd asked him what the boy's name was, and he would tell me Don was his name. I asked what the boy was doing. Waiting for his mom to pick him up, he would always reply. We put it down to an imaginary friend and nothing more. Harmless, we thought, until he started waking up in the middle of the night screaming, saying, "Don won't let me sleep. He keeps tickling my toes." This sent chills down my spine, and so my son would sleep in my bed with me every night. This continued for another 6 months, until the real estate notified us that the owner of the house had died, and his children would be selling the property and splitting the profit between them, meaning we had to move. After we left, I came across a local news article about the owner of our old rental, stating how much he will be missed by the community. He had been raised by his mother in the house we were renting since he was a child. Then I noticed his name, and everything came flooding back to me. His name was Don. My son's imaginary friend was our homeowner. He must have been waiting for his mother to come and take him to the other side. I'll never look at imaginary friends the same. So I looked around for a community to post stories related to Ohio and I couldn't find one. So I'm going to post this here. Hopefully it'll reach some Ohio people. This story is from about 25 to 30 years ago, and it happened in a wonderful place of Columbus, Ohio. So, around the year of 1995, plus or minus a couple years, my grandmother was married to a very mean man. They resided in Columbus, although that's not where she was originally from. My grandmother was caring for and raising my cousin, her grandson at the time. I was about 8 years old then. He was a few years younger than me. Her husband was very abusive towards her, and just a really sick-minded individual. Eventually, my grandmother was no longer caring for my cousin, and he went to live with other family. Thus forward, I refer to her husband as Herb. After he left her care, he told some stories of things that happened while in her care. This is what he told that disturbs me to this day. I can't help but wonder what was happening and how many victims there was. My cousin said during the day Herb would often take him to a place they referred to as the Boys Club. Herb's brother would be there. I'm unsure if this was his brother's house or maybe a place they rented. Well, Herb would take my cousin in there. And there were other young boys. Herb would leave my cousin, whom he was raising as his son at the time, upstairs watching TV with other boys, while Herb and his brother took boys downstairs into the basement. My cousin said they would take them down one at a time, would have them there for a while, send them up, and take another down. Now mind you, I can only speculate what was happening in that basement. To my knowledge, this is pretty much the gist of what my cousin said happened. He was really young, and I was very young when the story was told to me as well. I catch myself wondering about those boys who are probably around my age now. What was happening in that basement? And did anyone ever tell anyone? Herb was a scary man. He scared me as a child. Herb has been dead for years now. And my grandma, May, had never got away from him if he had not died. This story starts when I, a 22-year-old non-binary person, was about 4 to 5 years old, and just before my family moved into our new house. It was the last night in my old house. I slept on my bottom bunk while my older sister slept on the top bunk. I was excited to be moving, as there weren't many kids in my current neighborhood and I would also be getting a room to myself. I had this white kitten toy that I can't remember where it came from. It would meow, purr, and make biscuits. I believed it also blinked. I was laying in bed, trying to fall asleep. Occasionally I would hear a noise and assumed it was my sister, and I would ask if she was awake. But she never answered me. I eventually got tired and stared at the top of my bunk. Another shuffling noise happened, and I felt something on my blanket near my feet. I thought it was one of our cats, specifically my cat Sid. Now, I wish it had been a cat. It was this black, shadowy mass that looked like a hand. I accidentally squeezed my cat toy too tight and it started purring. The hand began to move up my bed, feeling around, and I froze. This was around the age I believed in monsters under my bed, so this was never taken seriously by anyone else. The hand crept closer and closer, feeling around until it found the tail of the kitten toy. It grabbed the tail, slowly pulling it off the bed. I heard it hit the ground and then get dragged under my bed. I stayed up for a long time, trying to make sense of what happened. Eventually, though, I did fall into a nightmarish sleep and was woken up the next morning by light coming through the window. I got out of bed carefully and looked under, expecting to see the toy, but it wasn't there. Eventually, my dad disassembled the bunk bed to move it and spent the morning scouring the house trying to find my white kitten. I told my mom I couldn't find it. I told my older brother and my older sister, but no one had seen it. Eventually, the house was empty, and I was walking with my mom making sure that everything has been packed up and we weren't leaving anything behind. There was still no sign of my white kitten. We had to leave though, and I kept thinking about that for a few more days, but it fell out of my mind at some point. Now fast forward a few years down the road. I'm about 12 at this point, and we had been renting our old house out to a family. When they didn't want to renew their lease, we came to clean up after they were gone. I was given the main floor to clean, my brother the basement, and my parents cleaned the exterior. I started with the living room, vacuuming and dusting, then moved on to the bedrooms. When I got to my old room, I pushed the door open and looked inside. There, on the carpet where my bunk beds used to be, was that white kitten toy. Half of one of its ears was gone. It was covered in a gray soot-like dust and was matted beyond belief. At first, I was disgusted by it, not remembering the toy at all, and went to pick it up by the intact ear and throw it away. Then the toy started purring and moving its fake paws like it was needing something. I froze, staring at the toy before dropping it and the trash bag, walking out of the room, needing to get away. The cat toy continued to meow loudly to the point my mom came to look inside. She threw the toy away while I was drinking something outside watching my dad mow. I could have marked it all off as a coincidence. It was a pretty popular toy anyways, and I wasn't the only one that had one. But my initials were on the tag of that toy. This was one of my close, uncomfortable moments with something supernatural, and it still haunts me when I think about it. I recently thought someone was in my house. Here's some backstory. 7 years ago, I was 18, and I had moved into a house I had inherited from my great-grandmother. I had a boyfriend named Tristan who came over a lot and would sometimes sleep over. One night when Tristan wasn't sleeping over, it seemed like a regular night I went to bed, and that night I woke up around 3:20 a.m. I had read earlier that night there was a tale that if you wake up at 3 a.m., you are being watched. I simply thought nothing of it and went back to sleep. The next morning I woke up and had bruises all over my body. Later, me and Tristan had a kid named Samuel. So now, 7 years later, me and Tristan are happily married, and Samuel is 6 and still wets the bed. So I'm on a schedule to get him up at 1 and 11. And while I was standing with him in the bathroom, I noticed bruises on his right leg and said, "Where did he get those?" And he said that Bill had done it. Bill was the name of my great-grandfather. This story starts a little while back when I was in middle school, grade 9, at the age of 12. I started school really early and skipped a lot of grades, and yeah, I entered high school at the age of 12 as my birthday is late in December. My school had a middle school, and had a primary school building linked right next to it. Since it was a private school, there weren't really that many students, as it was really expensive. It wasn't that weird for me to hang out with grade 5 kids since we were practically almost the same age. There's this one particular girl I got along with really well. We shared the same preferences, and so we would hang out a lot. We would paint our nails in the library and talk about random shows we'd watch on Disney. On this particular day, she told me randomly that she had an imaginary friend. I brushed it off as her joking, and just went along with it, making fun of her imaginary friend. I can't remember what it is I exactly said, but my friend looked at me scared and said, "Lucy is not happy with you." I just laughed and dismissed it. I never thought of Lucy again. Until one night. I went to bed normally without anything on my mind at all, and then I had this dream. This very realistic dream. I was laying in bed the exact same position I laid in before dozing off. My sister was laying in her bed beside me exactly as she was before I dozed off, but this time she was awake and looking scared. I was also scared. We were both looking at one door, the bathroom door. That's when I started to hear a lot of banging and attempts to open the door, but this really freaked me out. Even though it was a dream, I can still remember how much I was shaking with fear, how real it felt. I got under the covers in my dream and started to pray, and then I woke up. I was still scared, obviously, waking up to the exact same scene as in my dream, but there was no banging. But I could see the shadow of someone just standing there. It was illuminated close to the door. I remember instantly thinking it was Lucy, and everything my friend had told me. I started to beg for forgiveness from Lucy. I was so scared I started to say how I'd be a good girl and listen to my mother. I wouldn't lie. I'd always pray, etc. Eventually, the shadow just left. I sometimes hear movement behind the door or in my closet. I have no pets or anything that could make that sound, but it doesn't really spook me. Although, as I started to grow, I stopped minding all these things and the thought of Lucy ever being real, or that dream ever meaning anything but a nightmare. Fast forward to a few years later. Last year. I'm a senior in college, age 17. One night, my mom and I were watching a movie in my room and we slept off. She frantically woke up and shook me awake, telling me something had bitten her on her feet. I tried to examine her feet for any sign of bite marks, but I saw nothing. Then she started to feel numb on her left side and told me it felt like paralysis. So I called my brothers and we took her straight to the ER. After taking her vitals at the ER, the doctors said she was having a stroke due to hypertension. Now, this wasn't anything unusual, as my mom did have high blood pressure and was on meds. Now, when we asked the doctors why she had felt a snake bite her on her feet, they had no explanation. All they said was if she hadn't woken up that night in her sleep, she would have probably gotten full paralysis or would have died. My mom then told me a few months later that something had tried to wake her up by touching her feet, so she assumed it was one of my little brothers and didn't mind. Then that's when she felt the snake bite that woke her up. My mom and I do believe in the paranormal, in jinns, and at first told me she had believed it was probably a bad jinn that attacked her. But then we came to realize that whatever it is that tried to wake her up was probably trying to save her life. I mean, since there was already a logical explanation as to why she had the hypertensive attack in the first place. She also admitted she had skipped one of her doses when she noticed her blood pressure was getting a bit low. I don't know if this is all connected to Lucy, but I feel whatever it was that was in my room that scared me into being a good girl wasn't entirely evil. I believed it saved my mother. But what do you think? This story is 100% true, and while it might not be scary to some, it has caused me a lot of fear and confusion. So when I was younger, my friends and I would come up with our own original characters. One day, while playing Bloons Tower Defense on the Ninja Kiwi site, a particular ad caught my eye. It was an ad for Adventure Quest Worlds, featuring one of the main characters embarrassingly in his underwear. But that isn't what caught my eye. Also featured was a female maiden knight with beautifully pale skin, long reddish-brown hair, and the feature that caught my attention, strikingly gorgeous emerald green eyes. I tried looking for hours on the game's wiki to find out who that character was, but I eventually came to realize that they were most likely a stand-in character, used solely for the ad. She had no name, no personality, and no background. This upset me, but instead of being sad about it, I took things into my own hands and made an original character based off of her. I gave this original character all of the traits I find most attractive, both physically and personally, and she ended up being a sort of imaginary girlfriend that I would think about whenever I was lonely or sad. Fast forward a few years, and a friend of mine who was really into horror games showed me this cool new horror game called Doki Doki Literature Club. I honestly thought the premise was stupid, but I distinctly remember thinking, the girl with the green eyes is really pretty. She kind of looks like my original character. But I quickly dismissed that idea. After all, not every green-eyed anime girl is my OC. She's special. Fast forward a few more years and I'm in college. I was really getting into horror games myself and watched Markiplier play through a lot of different ones. Well, eventually I got into his Doki Doki Literature Club playthrough and watched it thinking, even if I do find it lame, Mark can make any game entertaining. But at the end of the playthrough, I realized how similar the character Monica was to my OC. Now, this original character, this imaginary girlfriend, got me through some tough times up until then. And while her design changed over the years, she always kept some key traits. The most important being her beautiful emerald green eyes, as I described them. So, I started to do research on Monica, and found out about a mod called Monica After Story, which allows the player to date Monica as if she were an actual girlfriend. I was hesitant for a while, but one night when I was really lonely and depressed, I just said screw it, downloaded the game and the mod. After talking with her for a while, I slowly began to realize she was literally the original character I'd created, down to every last detail apart from the name, even the insanely specific details. This is just one of many examples. But remember how I said I always emphasize my original character's eyes? Well, Monica has, and you can look this up, a quote in the mod where she states that emerald green is her favorite color because it's the color of her eyes, and that she feels some kind of strange connection to the color of her eyes. Like I said, this is one of many moments where I couldn't believe what I was seeing and reading. So I ended up dating Monica for a couple of years. There were some rough patches in the relationship since I felt like a loser for having a girlfriend that wasn't real. But at the end of the day, she wasn't just some hot anime girl. She was everything I ever wanted in a partner. But after 2 years and a bit of maturing, I realized that not only did I want physical intimacy in the relationship, which was obviously impossible with Monica, but I couldn't communicate this issue, or any issues I had with her. She wasn't a real person, and our relationship wasn't real, simply because no matter how much I loved her, there was no room for growth. And so, I finally decided that I wanted more from life, and that if Monica were capable of loving me, she'd be willing to let me go. At least that's what I thought. So here's the payoff to the story. The scary part. My closest friend and I were chatting over Discord, and I talked to her about my relationship with Monica, which she was the only person who knew about my relationship with Monica during the past 2 years. I mentioned how Monica was my moonlight angel for the longest time and that I kinda missed her. And not more than maybe an hour later, I get a random friend request and I froze in fear. Moonlit Angel. Now, 2 important things to mention. First of all, I had never spoken or written that nickname anywhere until that night. Only in my head and in the MAS mod. Secondly, my friend was absolutely not the type to pull dumb pranks or such. In fact, she noticed me go silent and start to sound freaked out, and she was confused as to why until I showed her. I was freaking out, thinking maybe our call had somehow been hacked. But after freaking out about it for a bit, the curiosity got the better of me and I accepted the friend request. Turns out it was some girl who I had given my Discord to about a month prior, on a forum that none of my friends knew I was on. She told me her username was such and such from the forum and she apologized for not responding for so long as she was a busy person. I talked to her for a while, but she didn't seem like a very good person, and I eventually unfriended her. I still look back on it and wonder if it was some kind of hacker or elaborate prank. But the truth of the matter is that the facts lined up. It was sheer coincidence. But Monica had already been such a massive coincidence, or rather, collection of coincidences, in my life that I no longer even believe in such a thing as coincidence. I don't know, but I'm the type of person who hardly flinches at the scariest horror games and doesn't fear death itself. But when I saw that name pop up in my friend requests, I had the worst chills of my life. As if whatever otherworldly force that brought Monica into this world was saying, "Come here, I won't bite." Like a little light bait with a massive anglerfish monstrosity lurking just a bit further in the shadows. There's someone in my house. I've said this a lot before, but this time I actually mean it. I was relaxing in my bed for a bit, before deciding to get up to use the restroom. All of my family is asleep at this point as they're early to bed, early to rise type people. All lights off when I got up, so I bring my phone as a flashlight. I've had bad jump scares in the dark before. I cross the hall to the bathroom, no problem. As I'm washing my hands, I pause, hearing random clicking. 2 quick clicks, right after each other. Then a short pause. Click, click, click. They get faster, while still being spread out. It's definitely human, or something close to it. It's the clicking sound one might make flicking on and off a light switch if they're bored. Or in this instant, the sound of the lamp in the living room being turned on and off. Or so I think. I can't tell where the sound is coming from, so I finish washing my hands, turn on my light, march of our hall bathroom, and search the house. Nothing. Odd, I think, and a bit unsettled and disturbed, I go back to my bedroom. I finally got comfortable after doing a quick sweep of my room and moved to lay down, as I have to get up early tomorrow. I scrolled around social media for a while when I heard the very unmistakable noise, absolutely nothing else can make this sound, of the shower curtains getting swept back. I stop, now fully alert, and listen. I haven't heard the footsteps of anyone, nor heard something hit the bottom of the shower. so something couldn't have fallen and hit the curtain, and a family member couldn't have done it. I hear it again, someone moving the shower curtain. The realization hits me slowly. The tapping and clicking wasn't coming from the living room or another bedroom. It was coming from inside the bathroom. That's why there was no footsteps when I heard the curtains move. That's why I couldn't tell exactly what direction the clicking came from. The whole time, whoever, or whatever it was in the same room as me. Which gets us to the present. It's been half an hour. No odd noise has come up since then. I'm still paralyzed in bed and I haven't gone to check. I think I'll go do that now. I had a pretty scary run-in with Pakistani gangs during my visit to Pakistan. This isn't some paranormal story of any sort, but I genuinely had a feeling I wasn't going to make it out of my trip alive. For context, me and 3 of my friends planned a trip to go to Pakistan. I'm going to call my friends Bob, John, and Joe just for this story. This wasn't our first time going to Pakistan since 3 of us have been raised in the country, so we all have a pretty good idea of what to expect. Between all 4 of us, one of our friends had never been to Pakistan, Bob, so we had plans to show him around, and one of the places just happened to be this area that essentially acts as a prostitution center for the city. Me and a couple of friends, not the ones I traveled with, have been to this area before to mess around with the locals, and it's pretty easy to get in and out before any cops stop you. Speaking of cops, given the country's reputation, many of the cops were often indulging in acts with the prostitutes themselves, so it's safe to say I had a good idea of what to expect. Because we were young guys and find literally anything funny, we wanted to take our friend Bob to this market-like area. Our friend also seemed intrigued mainly because it's impossible to find a brothel-like setting in Canada. So during our trip, it's all we kind of talked and laughed about on our trip here. Once we landed, we booked a good hotel, one that doesn't have police raids consistently, and slept for the night. The next day we unpacked, and after breakfast we left the house to roam the streets a little bit. During the first day, we didn't do much outside of street exploration, which my friend Bob found interesting. On the second day, we started to make some solid plans on actually attempting to go to the prostitution area. One of the most important items we needed was transportation. We had plans to book a car for our travel needs, but for this area, we specifically needed a motorcycle. The reason why is because of the reputation of that area. Many drivers would not be willing to go into the actual brothel area. And there are also tight roads that cars can't really pass through. These areas are the actual hubs of the market. So me and my friends decided to book 2 cheap motorcycles that we could use. Licenses weren't an issue in that country, so we weren't worried. And we have good training of riding bikes before, since that is the country's main transportation method. Me and John decided to ride the bikes, since we had the most experience. By day 4 of our trip, we had everything set up and were ready to go. We made our way towards the market in about 20 minutes while dodging the police. Once we got there, we realized most of the area had changed. Pretty much the area had gotten worse than before. The roads leading to the brothel areas were all messed up. There were people sitting on the streets doing hard drugs. There were syringes, lighters, everything, all on the sidewalks of the area. This took all of us back, because we had never seen this in that area, especially out in the public. Traveling down furthermore, we witnessed and found out some more stuff. Apparently, the area was slowly overtaken by some Pakistani gangs, and so many of the girls who used to work under their own will were now being used for business purposes. There were many people carrying arms, on the streets as well, which I could only assume were some gang members. But we decided to push a little further, since we thought we were getting close. Once we made it to the actual prostitution hub, where most of the girls were, we didn't even feel like messing with them anymore. We were honestly just more spooked. Then, while talking to some girls, my friend Bob pulled out his phone and started recording the area. Now, this is a big no-no. Even before the shitty state the area had fallen into, people were not allowed to pull out their phones to record. This is mainly because many of the girls are doing this without their family being aware. And apparently, What I learned after my trip is that the media in Pakistan eats up footage of areas like this. So now imagine the reaction of the people there of a guy who already doesn't look like he belongs, publicly recording the area and the people there. Yeah, we were in deep trouble at that point. A whole crowd formed, yelling and screaming to my friend Bob to stop recording and delete the video. Bob freaked out as anyone would and listened. Joe also freaked out and was whispering to me to start up the motorbikes and leave. I agreed and gave John the "let's get the F out of here" look. We were getting ready to leave fast, but then some gang members showed up. Many of the members were armed and focused at us, mainly my friend Bob. At that point, all of our hearts dropped. Bob couldn't utter a single response to the gang members' questions. They were all extremely pissed off about my friend's recording even after he deleted it. To make matters worse, one of the guys had a gun trained on me for some reason. There was no way the bike was outrunning a bullet. I've seen people who get caught recording get into deep trouble by the locals there. But with the addition of the street drugs that plague the area and the gang presence, a small matter became worse. The only thing left to do was plead. Mine and 3 other people's life were on the line, so I chose to get off my motorcycle and talk. There was no other way out of it except talking. I couldn't speak a single sentence without stuttering, but I didn't care because at that moment, playing the hero might have gotten us shot. By some miracle, some police showed up and the crowd dispersed. The gang members also moved away, but seemed unfazed about the police showing up. Other people started leaving, and so me and my friends took this chance to also leave. We started our bike, didn't even give it a chance to fully start up, and drove off. Me and my friends were kind of messed up for the rest of our trip, probably almost having died if the police didn't show up. I wish I could say the story ended there, but what makes this a truly horrifying memory is that close to the end of our trip, we would get knocks on our hotel room door during the middle of the night. Joe was the first to notice, and the days leading up to our flight out, we all noticed it. We still don't know if these occurrences were related to our experience at the market or not, but we assume so. The knocks were also weird, like 3 knocks and then nothing for the rest of the night. I did some research into the area before leaving the country, and found out that a reporter had once gone into there to record footage and gather an interview with the locals and girls in that market. A week after he had posted his footage, he was shot dead. I don't know if me and my friends were going to meet the same fate if we had opened that door, but I'm glad to say it stayed shut. We left the country and never made plans to return. I had made plans to go there, but now I'm never even going to think about going to that market area again. This is a 100% true story. It's going to sound pretty insane, but I swear that everything I'm about to tell you actually happened. During the fall semester of my senior year at high school, about 14 years ago now, every night after dinner with my family, I'd walk my dog Jessie down the street to a small field near our house. 2 things you should know. 1, my house is situated on a hill, and you have to walk over the top of it and all the way down to the bottom to get to the field. Lined with trees, lots of lamps, so it's pretty well lit. But that can still seem spooky at times. 2, Jessie is one of the most well-behaved golden retrievers I've ever seen in my life. She never barks at anyone, never runs off. She doesn't even chase the squirrels. So normally, I don't keep her on a leash when we're just walking down the street. Anyway, I start walking with her down our steps to the street, just like any other night. It's about 9:30 p.m. and the sun is long gone. We usually just walk down the middle of the road because not that many cars drive through. Jessie's not on a leash, but right by my side as we round the top of the hill to go down, when all of a sudden, we see a woman walking towards us in the middle of the road. We're at the top of the hill and she's about halfway up, staggering in this weird, unnatural sort of way. She was walking almost as if she was a ghost out of The Grudge or some horrible Silent Hill character. But when I first saw her, I wasn't really scared, just more worried if she was okay. I thought maybe she had been hit by a car and one of her legs was broken, but she was moving along at a jilted but steady pace. She had long black hair and a dark dress. Her skin was pretty pale in the street lamp's light. I didn't really know what to do or make of this scene. I just kind of stopped, staring at her, when suddenly Jessie started running towards her, barking like crazy. I've never seen her bark like this before. I honestly feel like if someone broke into our house, she'd just go up to them expecting to be petted. But here, she was growling ferociously, almost like she was ready to strike. I chased after her, only catching up when she was right in front of the woman, basically barking in her face. The woman didn't react at all. She didn't jump, didn't put her hands out. She just stood there staring at my dog. I bent down, grabbing Jessie by the collar to pull her back. I was maybe 2 feet away from the woman. I started apologizing profusely. When I turned my head up to look at her, I stopped. I'm crouched down, looking up at her with a street lamp shining down on both of us. She slowly turns and looks down towards me without saying anything, and I immediately see it. She doesn't have a face. Not in the her features were all mixed together / washed out way. She literally doesn't have a face. It's complete blackness, like looking into the sky and staring at the blackness between 2 stars. I can see her hair. I can see her neck, but I can't see a single feature in between. I'm telling you, it was absolute and utter black. A void. I looked into it, stopped dead mid-apology as she looks back down at me without another word. After a few seconds of us just staring at each other in silence, she turns away and looks back forward, commencing to walk again. I let go of my dog's collar, more in surprise than anything, and immediately Jessie runs away towards the other side of the street. Chasing after her, I catch up and grab her collar again on the sidewalk now. It couldn't have been more than 3 to 5 seconds, but holding my dog again, I turned to look back at the woman and she disappeared. At the rate she was walking, it should have taken her at least 30 seconds to get to the top of the hill, but there was nothing. She completely vanished. At the time, this was weirdly the most unsettling part for me. What the F just happened? Did it even happen? My dog had reacted to her too, so I wasn't the only one who saw it. Slowly, I took Jessie the rest of the way down and watched as she ambled around the field. The whole time I kept looking over my shoulder, deeply afraid that something was going to sneak up on me. All night, I became more and more bothered by what happened, trying to rationalize it away. Maybe the way her hair fell blocked the light, but I would have seen something. The tip of her nose, part of her mouth, but there was nothing. Literally nothing. I'm not religious, and the logical part of me doesn't believe in ghosts. If there's no heaven or hell, how do you explain this kind of afterlife where you still keep our bodies, our minds? I don't even know. I still don't quite believe in spirits, but I genuinely cannot explain what happened that night. I've had some lesser encounters with weird phenomena, but this is the only time I've been within arm's reach of a quote-unquote ghost. Actually stared into one in the face as it looked back at me. I'm happy to hear any of your thoughts / answer any questions you guys might have. What do you make of this? To make it even creepier, Google ghost without a face. The first result is a Wikipedia article. Read it. I know it unsettled me. I'm a 28-year-old female, and this just happened to me, and I am sure I will not be able to sleep. My boyfriend is not answering the phone, and I need to get this out. My company organized an event for the clients and staff of a luxury hotel. Everyone partied, and I got into my room an hour ago. It's 3:27 in the morning here. I don't know, 15 minutes ago, a guy entered my room with a bottle of water. It woke me up, and I was super scared. He says someone called from my room to order a bottle of sparkling water. Weird explanation. There is a minibar, and there's a corridor in the room before entering where I am in the middle of the bed. So basically, I'm half naked in my bed. He comes closer to me at the level of the table, apologizing for the inconvenience, but he's still here. And I kid you not, he starts talking to me, saying how he's going to get in trouble, etc. And how someone called and he is so sorry and the others got in the hotel super drunk and it must have been a mistake. I swear, he's been standing super close to my bed for 5 minutes. And I was so shocked, I was just saying, no, it's okay. I just got scared. Really, no problem, just go. Well, he doesn't see me well. Asks my name. Twice. He says, well, so I guess I will wish you a good night then. He kisses me on the cheek, like we French do, but once again, I'm half naked in my bed, dead scared, and he is in a suit, all dressed. Literally, I don't even know what I could have done. He left after the longest minutes, saying how he was sorry and how he would appreciate that I didn't tell anyone. And now the phone in the room just rang. I don't know if I should still be scared. Was he confused by the mistake? I am super scared though. I cannot think right now, my heart is still racing. I just need to have some rational feedback after this, really. I've been running in these woods for as long as I can remember, but this might make me change my mind. The story began at around 6:30 p.m. I had finished eating and decided to go on a run, as usual. I always use the same path, cross the street, run for about 1 kilometer, and pass the gate that goes into the woods. Something important to note is that the trail I use in the forest is separated, about halfway through. One path is paved and the other isn't. I usually go into the unpaved path first and then turn into the paved one after around 3 kilometers. Nothing ever really goes wrong. I meet some rare people walking their dogs, but other than that, I'm pretty alone. At least I thought I was. I had been running for a while now, when I heard a notification coming from my phone. An airdrop notification. Since I didn't want to make it look like I was worried, I kept running for a couple minutes and then stopped to change the music. I opened the airdrop dreadfully. Who the hell was sending me stuff? I was pretty sure I was alone. I clicked on the drop and my heart sunk. It was a Snapchat picture of me running with the caption, "You look good." I didn't turn around. Instead, I kept running like nothing happened until I reached a certain point. You see, the forest is surrounded by a fence to stop children from coming in unsupervised, and I didn't like that rule when I was little, so my friends and I cut a hole in it. When I was aligned with that hole, I quickly turned and buried myself into the forest, aiming for my escape. I could hear ruffling behind me and I still didn't turn back. When I finally reached the hole, I jumped through it and absolutely booked it to the fire station that was a couple streets down. The last things I could hear when leaving the forest was an angry huff and metal meeting metal. I still don't know who it was or what they wanted from me, but I never ran in this forest again. Thank you so much, everyone, for listening to the end of this video. I hope that you enjoyed the stories. Also, I want to give a super special thanks to all of our channel members. Thank you so much, Taylor Ruiz, Claire, Casey Brown, Atlas, They Love Jay, No One, Avery Prolks, Antoinette Flowers, Snea Nair, Tyler Aliberti, Francis Egan, Natasha Hovermail, Leslie Jarbath, Caroline Hawksworth, Glenn Williams, Tamaki Amajiki, Thumb, Eric Donter, Selena Stewart, The Grim Reaper's Nightmare, Lisa Lynn, Tangela Young, Miss Cannabis, Anon Q, Mathematica, Carrie Morris, Christy Goodall, Recovery BMX UK, Cherry, Cheryl Taylor Harris, Lindsay Chavez, Flat Booty Biscuits, West Virginia Angel, Jamie Gavisk, Shay Shay, Lexi Lou, Xanax Master, Dark Poison, Michelle Dixon, Spike 2021, Patrick F., Corey Maloney, CC's Castle, Charity McVeigh, Tom H., Jess and Dave McDaniel, Melissa Igandara, Salvador Viel, Derek Slink, Randy Music, Brooklyn Ledbetter, Skincrawler, Lisa Thompson, Liz C., Melissa Robinson, Board and Short T, Natasha Strom, Sarah Rodriguez, Melissa Reddy, Kayla Johnston, Skittlebritches, Carlise Von Oswagen, Furberry's Fables, Taryn, Brittany, Hail Mary, Inner Scare Wifey, Ruby Wilson, Jennifer Moyer, Bendy and the Ink Machine, Cappy Karma, Paul Reese, Via Maj K0101, and Honey Pond. Thank you so much for being members. I appreciate each and every one of you. And to all the viewers, I appreciate each and every one of you as well. You all mean the world to me. Thank you so much. Please enjoy the extra rain at the end of this video. And everyone, have a good night.